every family should have ready access to recreation nearby. And we know in this state there's lots of places where people can't get to a park or a trail or a greenway quickly. And, that's a problem. So we want to fix that. We're also trying to let people know where the existing recreation facilities are, because a lot of people might not know, oh, there's a trail over there 5 miles away, did not know that existed. So part of this is public education. But we're also interested in not only having more of these facilities available for people, but to make sure that they're in top-notch shape. And so part of this is seeking funding for more maintenance. Part of it is safety and health enhancements. Part of it is additional staff. In 2020, we had record park visitation. It was 20 million, state park visitation. But in 2021, we had 23 million. So that's a 15% increase in 1 year. And I guarantee you there were not 15% more park rangers and office administrative assistants and maintenance mechanics and superintendents to take care of all that. And so, we need to look carefully at how we might be able to work with the legislature to get more park staff on board so that we can continue to provide the best possible and safest experience for people when they come visit. And I'm sure you all saw similar increases in visitation in your local parks and trails. Another key component of our Parks and Trails for Health initiative is environmental education. We've been doing that in parks for a long time, and I know a lot of you have as well, and that is great. We're also in the beginning phases of something we call Schools in Parks. It was cranking up before the pandemic, and then there were no more field trips for 2 years. But the idea behind this is for elementary school teachers to be able to bring their class of students to a state park, and they'd have a day outdoors learning science, other things, co-taught by the teacher and the park ranger, as a way to expose a lot of kids to the outdoors and nature and the wonders of all of that, that they might not otherwise ever get to do. And so we're trying to create this love of the outdoors early on. And I know Parks is going to be able to increase some staffing for that, to have more of these educators available to go work with teachers and their students across the state. So we do have a lot going on in Parks. I mean, it is our department's largest division. They're doing a great job, but boy, do we have a lot of visitors. Boy, do we have a lot of parks. Boy, do we have a lot of natural areas. And so there's a lot of management to happen, which is great. But again, bringing it back to the local governments who are here today, because that is why we're here today. Again, your applications they reflect the desires and needs and demands of your constituents. And so I want to thank you for being aware of that and putting these projects forward. It is a lot of work, but the benefits are so numerous. It's health, I've talked about that. It's protecting water quality. It's preserving wildlife habitat. It's strengthening resilience to climate change, enhancing education, strengthening local economies, improving quality of life. All of your projects that get funded today and all the things that happen in state parks accomplish all of those goals. So you're making a big difference for the people you represent. So thank you again. Don't forget to invite us when you have groundbreakings and ribbon cuttings. And finally, good luck. Hope you all win today. But thanks again for having us and for being big park supporters in your part of the state. Thanks. And now I have to go to a budget meeting.
Thank you, Secretary Wilson. So now I'm going to call roll for the authority members, but before I do that, I just want to welcome David Pearson with the Friends of State Parks, who's just joined us. And then before we do the roll call, I don't know if you're joining us remotely, but a long-serving Parks and Recreation Authority member, Neil Lewis, stepped away from his role, and I just want to express my appreciation and the appreciation of all the authority members for Neil's long service to this authority, to our state. you're a wonderful person, and you've contributed a lot. I know I've learned a lot from you, so I just want to thank you for your service, and hopefully you will be back on the authority in the near future. So yes, thank you for that, Neil. All right, so let's get started. We have new members who are going to get sworn in a minute, and some members will get re-sworn in. But I'm going to call everyone's name, and if you'll just acknowledge that you're present, I'd appreciate it. So Doug Ower. Did I pronounce that correctly? Hour. Doug Hour. Thank you. Amber Brown. Here. Chad Brown. Here. Beth Hiley. Here. Louis Ledford. Here. Margaret Newbold. Here. Barnes Sutton. Present. Cynthia Tart. Present. And then Mavis Scragg is here. All right, and now I'm going to read the ethics statement, and once again, just ask that you all affirm. In accordance with the State Government Acts, in accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is the duty of every board member to avoid conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict. Does any board member have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before the board today? If so, please identify the conflict or appearance of conflict and refrain from any undue participation in the particular matter involved. We ask members who recuse themselves that you do not participate in the discussion or voting of said matter. So are there any recusals from my fellow authority members? Margaret?
I need to recuse myself from the Watauga.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. The June minutes were circulated to the authority members prior to this meeting, and we need a motion to approve. All right. Thank you, Louis. And was that Chad? All right. I'll just do a roll call for the vote. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Yes.
On the next to last page of the department update,
Oh,
there's something.
I'm sorry, Margaret. Say it again. No, I'm sorry. Just say it. Could you start over?
Oh, I'm sorry. On the
Thank
next
you.
to last page, under department update, there's a section on the budget, and it doesn't have the complete numbers. It has in parentheses, try to get these numbers from Brian, so I didn't know if we wanted to.
Okay, we can make a note of that.
Yeah, just add those later, maybe.
Okay. And I skipped a step.
We have to
Yeah.
swear 'em in, yeah.
I skipped a very important step. Before we vote, let's put this on the table. We need some folks to be sworn in. So please. I'm just so excited to get to the local grant. So I'll be patient.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm Judge Darren Jackson, Court of Appeals in Wayne County. Used to be in the legislature, represented Eastern Wayne County, Nightdale, Windows, Edwin, Garner, and they got anything.
Test.
I love our parks. I'll start with Mr. Doug Hour, if you want to come on up.
Do you want to do all three of them at once?
I can if you want, whatever you.
Sounds great.
Come on up. So, Mr. Brown, Mr. Hiley, Miss Hiley.
You guys can come right out here. If y'all get on each side of Chad.
Yep, if you'll all raise your right hand and
Go to it. Look at that camera right there.
put your left hand down the Bible, and I'm going to read the oath, and then you just, okay? So, Beth Hiley, Doug R., Chad Brown, do you solemnly and sincerely swear that you will support the Constitution and the laws of the United States, that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of North Carolina and to the constitutional powers and authorities which are or may be established for the government thereof, that you will endeavor to support, maintain, and defend the Constitution and laws of said state, not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States, to the best of your knowledge and ability, and that you will faithfully discharge the duties of your office as a member of the North Carolina Parks and Recreation Authority. So help you God.
I do.
I do. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Jackson. So I'm going to take a step back and reread the ethics statement now that folks have been sworn in. I just want to make it really official and legitimate. So, in accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is the duty of every board member to avoid conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict. Does any board member have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before the board today? If so, please identify the conflict or appearance of conflict and refrain from any undue participation in the particular matter involved. We ask members who recuse themselves that you do not participate in the discussion or voting of said matter. So now that we have everyone officially sworn in, are there any recusals?
Okay. I need to recuse myself from the Watauga County proposal.
Thank you, Margaret. Anyone else? Awesome. Now, and we have addressed the meeting minutes. There was a motion to approve. Margaret offered that there was some missing information, and we have been assured that that budget information will be included. Our motion was seconded, so we'll move forward with the vote. I'll just call your names again, and you can say whether you vote in favor or not of approving the meeting minutes. So Doug Ayer. Okay. Amber Brown. Chad Brown. Beth Hiley.
Approved.
Louis Ledford.
Approved.
Margaret Newbold.
Approved.
Barn Sutton. Cynthia Tart.
Approved.
And I approve them as well. All right. Brian.
Well, good morning, everyone. Before I get started, I just want to make sure that we've introduced Vonda Martin. Vonda is going to be our new program manager for grants and special projects, so we are so excited to have her here. And Nate Helbuka is back there helping us out as a consultant, so we're grateful to have some help here in grants and special projects. So I'm going to just take a little time, and I think you all have a copy of the numbers this morning, but I want to go through those just briefly and see if you have any questions, so we know how much money we have to distribute this morning. So I'll start out with the good news is the recurring appropriations changed in the most recent budget from $16,242,884, and we received an additional $8 million in recurring funding, so that brings our total recurring funding up to $24,242,884. So that'll be recurring every year. And then over the next two bienniums, we received an additional non-recurring appropriation of $37.5 million. So that gives us, along with our license plate estimated revenue, a total of $63,242,884. So that is the total funds that we have to distribute in fiscal year 22-23. And the breakdown on those funds are 65% state share, which is $39.8 million. Local share, which is 30%, is 18.4. Coastal beach access, which is the 5%, is $3.162 million, and then admin expenses up to 3% is 1.8, and that totals to the $63,242,884. So I'm just gonna work through the state share, those numbers there, and again the 39.874 million that we have. So the state park share is 96% of that, because 4% goes to DuPont State Forest. So they'll receive $1.5 million of that 4% of the total funding. And that leaves 38.2, well, that leaves the 38.279. And then we had about $500,000 returned from a project that we actually ended up doing it with LWCF funding, so that gave us a return of $500,000 on a project there. So we had 1.896 that we distributed in the June meeting, and that leaves us $36.890 million to distribute to the stateside funding. And then on to local share revenue. That totals $18.4 million. We had 696,813 returned from funding from last year. We had one project that was returned plus additional funds that were there, and that gives us up to $19.1 million. And then last year, the way that the General Assembly allocated the money, we ended up having a rescission of $1.2 million, and that just when we got the distribution from the first part, they did not include both the coastal beach access and the administrative costs in that original estimate, so we had to modify that. So that leaves us $17.888545 to distribute today to local projects. So that's the number that we'll be distributing today to projects. And then again, the coastal beach share of revenue is 3.162. Any questions? Thank you.
All right, now we'll have an overview of local government applications. Vonda.
All right, shall we get ready to start? Are you guys ready? All right.
I have a question before we begin.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if this is there. In the packet, there are 2 applications that reflect a max of 10 points in planning versus 20. Is there a reason for that?
Do we need to share the name of those projects so that Charlene will?
Number 1 and 23.
I think yeah, if it's acquisition only, they don't need the full 20 points. So typically, you don't do all the same planning with acquisition only.
Are there any other questions for clarification before we get started?
Yeah, this is a process question. When we have questions about projects, are there any requirements for how we address the project? Do we need to name it, or do we name the number?
We're going to have the projects listed on the screen in rank by score order, so you can call it by name, the project name or the city or county.
Okay,
or town.
thank you.
All right, and we'll pause, just jump in. You don't have to raise your hand or anything. You can just speak freely if you have any comments along the way. We have site plans that will be displayed. I know that they're the same site plans that are in your notebooks. So please, if we're going too fast, please just ask us to slow down. All right, here we go. I also want to take an opportunity to introduce RRS, the Recreation Resources Consultants, that will be definitely helping me today. Charlene, Charlene Smith is the director. Would you like to introduce your team?
Yes, I can do that. Yeah, I'm Charlene Smith, Director of RRS. We have Rashawn King, Judy Francis, and Brittany Ship. So Brittany covers the east, Judy's in the west, and Ray and I are covering the middle of the state today.
All right, we will get started. The first project is Holden Beach Pier. The applicant is Holden Beach, requesting $500,000. Any questions, comments? The second is Franklin County, requesting $434,625 for Epsom Park. The next one is the town of Burgaw, requesting $443,408 for Osgood Canal Greenway West Side Development.
I would comment on this one that I did talk to I think it was the manager, to ask part of the federal funds that states got from COVID. They were able to tap into some of that for this application, which I thought was really good. And I also asked about the planning points. And she told me that it was just timing where the application was sent in, and then it was later when the commissioners approved this. So I just wanted to clarify some of that.
Thank you, Cynthia. The next project is the town of Fuquay-Varina requesting $500,000 for Community Center North.
That's an incredible, like many of these projects, there's an incredible match this year. I don't know what we've got more matching funds proposed this year than we've ever had before, and this one really stands out with an incredible matching amount of money.
Thank you, Louis. The next one is Cabarrus County requesting $500,000 for Mount Pleasant Park Athletic Complex. The next project is the City of Morganton requesting $500,000 for Bethel Park Phase 1. The next park is Pender County requesting $500,000 for Hampstead Kiwanis Park Phase 4. The next project is Town of Spindale requesting $425,000 for Spindale Skate Park and Pump Track. The next project is Watauga County requesting $500,000 for Boone Gorge Park in the Middle Fork Greenway.
I would just comment on this one that with the 33 acres acquisition, that it includes a fishing pier, which I'm glad to see fishing piers starting to show up in some of the applications where they have water access. And I think Holden Beach includes a fishing pier in some other of our applications today, which I thought was really good for people all over the state to be able to enjoy.
Do you mind if we go back one, I'm sorry, just to give a comment?
Yes, sir.
Just want to let you know that we put a pump track inside of Gaston County. And with that, it's probably one of the most biggest featured items that outside the box that came up, that we have more people want to visit that in that park. And we had to put lights on it to make sure, because so many people are there.
Which
I think that's a
application,
great project.
Gaston, Spindale.
Sorry, I had to go back, I apologize.
That's okay.
I apologize.
It's okay. Any additional comments? Thank you. Thanks, Cynthia and Chad. The next project is the town of Rutherfordton requesting $450,000 for North Recreation Complex. The next project is the City of Lenoir requesting $500,000 for Lenoir Aquatic and Fitness Center.
I had a question about this project, and I'm not sure who I want to ask the question of, but I was curious about how the future plans will be financed. Does it look like this would not complete the project, but that there would be another phase, and I was just curious about what their plans are for financing that.
Can I get some support from RRS on that project?
The aquatic center is already built. This is actually refurbishing an existing center.
So, I'm not sure what future plans you're asking about.
Me either. I'll come back if it's.
Okay.
I just read my notes and it said, how will they finance the future plans? Oh, sorry. I know what I meant. Maintenance. You know, I think it's very expensive to maintain these types of
Lenore
spaces.
has a very large staff already. It's a highly professionalized staff, and I think they're pretty equipped to handle it.
Okay.
The problem that they've had is part of paid to do a portion of this years ago, and they're just going in the hole trying to maintain the portion that part of didn't pay for
Gotcha.
last time. So this
Okay.
will bring the rest of it up to snuff.
Okay. And so future. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
And they're currently maintaining it. It is an existing facility. Yes, ma'am.
I have a comment on that one also. It reflects the matching funds. And on the comment page given to us by staff, it reflects matching funds applicants' budget. And I'm starting to see this show up in several of our applications, but there's usually detail of where that funding is coming from, what source. So I'm not sure if that's the thing that's starting to happen or just maybe some explanation about where the matching funds are coming from other than the applicant's budget.
Generally, if it says applicant's budget, it means their general fund,
From the county.
the town's general fund.
Okay.
I wonder if the thank staff for adding that column this year under the comments to know where matching funds for whether it's other grants or whatever. That was very helpful.
Yes.
So just a bit of background, the ARPA funds allowed local governments to be able to use a method to transfer some of the ARPA funds to the general funds. So this would be a unique year where some of them, instead of pulling from a typical capital fund, they're able to pull from the general funds. So that's likely where you're seeing that from.
Thank you. So I follow up on that question. So specifically this project where it says applicant's budget, is the assumption that it's a one-to-one match? Would we assume that's 500,000?
Correct. That is correct.
Thank you.
Right.
The next project is the town of Garner requesting $400,000 for Jurgen Park Phase 1. The next project is Pasquotank County requesting $500,000 for Northern Newland Park development. The next project is Davidson County requesting $500,000 for the Yadkin River Playground. The next project is Ashe County requesting $500,000 for Ashe County Park expansion. The next project is Haywood County requesting $500,000 for Francis Farm Bike Park.
Fonda,
Yes.
do we know if any of these are second applications or repeat applications?
There will be no repeat applications since every project was funded last year.
Okay, okay, so.
Now, it could have been a year before, but, so I'm not sure.
We would indicate that on the summary sheet if it was.
Thanks, Charlene.
It didn't show very many that were repeat applications, but I'm going back 5 years. I mean, I'm not just going back for last year, which
Right.
was, so I'm just wondering if if the staff noted in here so that we could clearly see if it was a repeat application and maybe what year.
I don't think we had any this year.
Meaning repeat that were not funded? In the past few years, yes. Additional phases.
Yes. Yeah, not the same project.
They're probably just coming back for the same.
There was one,
that said it was tweaked a little bit from
Yeah.
2 years ago,
Mm.
and that was in the notes.
Okay.
I don't remember which one
Yeah.
exactly, but it was.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, we'll definitely have it in that summary notes.
okay, thank you.
And we'll try to go back further if that's a request from the authority.
Kinston's one where it notes they were a 2020 application
Yeah.
that wasn't funded.
Yeah.
They resubmitted.
I think it is a worth to have that database that reflects if it was the same application, or even if it's a revised application for the same project, which we would hope that they would do that so the points would come up. But for me, it makes a difference if they're trying again for the same. And I know in the past, there have been some years that it wasn't all correctly put in there, so we couldn't really gauge. So I would like to see that.
Will you say more about how it makes a difference for you? Because I've wondered the same
If
thing.
they're continuing
Yeah.
to apply
Yeah. Okay.
and they're increasing their points.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a question. So I'm not familiar with capped landfills being used for recreation. Is there anything that you all could share, or even authority members if you have experience? I'm mostly curious about safety and longevity.
The bike park is not on the landfill, it's around it.
Mm-hmm.
The capped landfill is not open to the public, and it's fenced and enclosed, so they can't access it.
Mm-hmm. But even with the close proximity, there's no.
No, the portion where that would be available to the public, I mean, it's not any kind of a hazard. And the landfill, I mean, I walked around it. It's all grassed and capped and closed. There's some monitor wells on it. I think it's an appropriate land use. I mean, you want to be able to use something out there. But the portion that will be used for a park is around the base of the mound of the landfill, but the bikes will not be able, or people will not be able to access where the actual landfill is.
Very interesting concept. I want to learn more. So thank you for that.
Mount Trashmore is one that you could Google that would give you a lot of development opportunities and options.
thank you for asking.
Just additional
Yes.
comment to your point.
Yes. Generally speaking, with a site that might go through some type of remediation, there would be a human health risk assessment, and in that remediation, they would identify what their proposed future uses would be. And so this community, when they went through that remediation process or the landfill was closed, they likely would have gone through that with an EPA or maybe even a local jurisdiction to do that assessment. So I'm sure those files would be available if there were any questions or future projects of remediated brownfield sites.
Thank you. The next project is the town of Marshville requesting $500,000 for Stegall Lake Phase 1.
With another fishing pier.
All right, we're fishing, folks.
I have a question about that one.
Yes.
In the notes, it discussed the survey of the dam prior to the project being started. How far along is that process? Could it be that the funds would have to be returned if they were awarded today?
No, I would have to check. I know Tony met with them and talked to them, and that was in their planning document. So they know they've got to survey the earthen dam. It's an older lake. But I think it would only, affect kind of what trail is kind of near, the portions near there. And I think primarily everything they have proposed right at that point is future development. I don't think it would delay.
How is the current grant going along?
That one, I believe we closed out.
It says active?
Okay, I think since we did that, we've submitted everything for the, Brian's shaking his head, we did that one. Because that one was land acquisition only that you funded last year. So they were able to purchase it, submitted everything. So it's been closed out since that summary sheet was created for you.
Thank you.
The next project is the town of Jamestown requesting $215,205 for Jamestown Park rejuvenation and refresh. The next project is Nash County requesting $425,000 for Miracle Park at Coopers, Phase 2. The next project is the Village of Tobaccoville requesting $480,000 for Village Park expansion.
Question, and this, I'll use this particular project as an example, again, for my understanding, but I did note that the recreation activities for this particular project require equipment, and do towns usually make those available, or do the municipalities usually make the equipment available, or is the public, responsible for bringing their own equipment? Does anyone know? Like, just kind of what the norm is?
Are you referring to the disc golf?
Yeah, disc golf, volleyball.
Yeah, I would say
Basketball.
mostly, usually those people bring their own equipment, but it depends on the local government and the agency. A lot of times you'll see the court games with cornhole, horseshoes, those can be provided sometimes. Sometimes they're there, sometimes you check them out from the office. So it varies from community to community.
Thank you.
The next project is Iredell County requesting $500,000 for Jennings Park, Phase 1. The next project is Craven County requesting $500,000 for Craven County Nature Park.
Vonda, if I may, can I go back to the previous project?
Yes.
Under public involvement, has there been an update since this was submitted in reference to any of those areas?
But we cannot accept
No,
anything
yeah.
after the grant deadline.
Yeah, okay. And maybe for new members, but also for me again, when it states unknown sample size, what does that refer to?
Good question. So a lot of times when they have to report how they do the survey, how many surveys are distributed, how many come back, and sometimes there might be an open link, so they have no idea of how many were distributed. So we don't know the sample size of who was surveyed. And I will say that we are updating this part, I think, on our, I'll look at Vonda, for the scoring system, because we scored everybody the same based on the criteria that are in the application. But we're looking at how do we change our review of it now that there's so many more going digital. Because the overall goal is to get, does everybody have the opportunity to provide input into the plan and to the recreation needs? So we're adjusting that. But a lot of times if you see unknown sample size or inadequate distribution, they just have not documented how many surveys went out, how many were returned. So we don't really know if it's a appropriate sample size for that community.
But hopefully that'll be more information on that before they apply again for next year.
Yes, and we're working on that, and actually RS is going to do a webinar pretty soon to help folks with that as well.
Maybe we should join in.
You're welcome to.
We'll make sure you get that link.
I have a question on this one too. Under the matching funds, is the Jennings Park Fund a private fund, or what exactly is that?
Yeah, that's the local government. I think, oh my gosh, I think it's donations. I can look it up to make sure I have the exact part, but that's money that's been contributed specifically for this park. And I think it was, I believe it was like a foundation.
Okay, thank you.
There's different opportunities, so it could be bond or foundations or, right, when a fund is set aside specifically for something.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to start back with Craven County since we went backwards. So just to get us back on track, Craven County requesting $500,000 for Craven County Nature Park.
And this one is 172 acres of land acquisition. I'm not sure if that's not the largest in the applications this time. It's really good that they secured, or are trying to secure this.
Can someone explain the arrangement with North Carolina Coastal Land Trust and how, you know, how possible is it that will not happen? So it says here that the land trust will retain the deed to the property until late 2022 as they recoup some internal funds, and then Craven County they'll deed it over. So that conditional part around the internal loan funds and the transfer, like how?
That has moved forward, so they are prepared to deed it. The only reason they're still holding it is because the county wants to be able to use it in the grant process.
Oh, I see.
So they
It's kind of conditioned on getting this money.
well, they can't until if they're awarded, they can't acquire the property until they go under contract with the state for the park funds. So the land trust is holding the property at this time until they find out if that's something that will happen.
Oh, okay.
Funds through PARTA. And if not, they may pursue other grant opportunities.
Okay. Thank you.
And they were a good example, Cynthia, one that had noted for inadequate distribution that actually had, and the county has, population of over 100,000, but they noted they received 300 responses back, so that wasn't really indicative of the representation of the county.
Thank you.
That was why they missed out on that.
Thank you, Brittany. I think it's a great application. I commend them on the Bass Pro
Yeah.
Shops donation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think that's the first one that I've seen in any application ever.
Yeah, that's what I noted, creative fundraising.
Yeah, so,
It was unique. The representative just stopped by the administrative office one day and asked if there were any projects coming in the future to spend some money on, and the director shared a couple of $10,000 items, dug out here or there. He's like, no, like I want to give you a
Yeah.
check for $100,000.
do you have his name and number?
I know. So yeah, so that was an exciting day.
Yeah.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
And Fonda, I do have a comment. In the first paragraph of the summary information given to us by staff, it reflects the master plan and the 2022 master plan updated and the comprehensive in 215. But in the planning points, is that reflected? Because the planning points aren't really where we need them to be or want them to be when you're asking for $500,000.
Yes, well,
Is there a contradiction between that first paragraph and the points?
it,
It's the site-specific master plan that they weren't eligible since it's acquisition.
The 2015?
That's their comprehensive plan, so they receive the points for the comprehensive plan, but because it's acquisition, they don't have the site, so they don't have a site-specific master plan.
Okay, okay.
So they weren't actually eligible for the master plan points.
right, so they updated their 2015 comp plan in 2022. So it reflects their comprehensive system-wide points and adoption. But because it's a land acquisition, they, like Brittany said, they don't have a site plan for it. The site plan for it is what you have in your packet.
But because it's related specifically to acquisition, the question I had in the very beginning about the max of 10 points was related to acquisition.
Mm-hmm.
But this one is still 20. So maybe it's something we need to discuss later on outside this, this period of what we're doing right now. But it is a little bit confusing.
Yes, we possibly could change the comments in your scoring so that it reflects that it is not applicable instead of not submitted, if that would help.
Thank you.
Well, I think I would second maybe a conversation. I mean, I think the issue seems to be if it's purely acquisition, the top planning is 10. Because they're multi-use trails and things, now it's 20. So I think that's what might need more discussion.
So noted.
Yeah.
We have noted that, and we will look into and bring that to the November meeting.
Thank you.
Do you want me to go back to that Jennings Park question you had earlier on the fund? I looked it up, and they do have a special fund for Jennings Park, and one of the things that they noted, the county had a sale of property, and that funds were put into this Jennings Park fund. So they have a mechanism to fund money into that just for this park.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charlene. The next project is Pender County requesting $500,000 for Central Pender Park development.
I'd like to make a comment on this one, that it is 60 acres and it's in the western part of Pender County, which is a big part of the county that has very little resources. If they don't get this, they don't get a park. But there are developers eyeing and wanting that property right now. So you have a large county with the haves and the have-nots, as we used to say in the olden times. So just would like to put that out there.
I appreciate you raising that.
Because I was wondering, I don't want to be presumptuous about what a development threat, or whether development is a threat. But that's normally my lens, is that it is, but I don't think that's fair. So does anyone, I'm not too familiar with Pender County, but in terms of development and why this is contextualized as a threat, like what could you say more about that?
So county as a whole is part of the top 12 counties with the fastest growing rate in the state. So there's that, and then the area for which this is located near Burgal is also one where it's very close proximity to I-40. So there's a whole access aspect to it as well, which is certainly desirable for both commercial and residential. So and just
You need
from
recreation.
communication with the applicant, it was shared that there is active pursuit from real estate developers, multiple, that are heavily pursuing the site. And that might give them a first opportunity to move forward with it before it goes back onto the market. So to your point, they need recognition first.
Yeah, and I would like to add as well to Ms. Cynthia's point that the county, with it being in its proximity to New Hanover County, it is kind of leading the area in that growth along with Brunswick. But as she had said, the eastern side of the county, the Hampstead side, the coastal side, is where a lot of the investment and infrastructure is going. Whereas the western side, basically from 211 over, doesn't see much. And so I think that, as you said, this is an opportunity for them to really get some infrastructure and investment into that western side. There's a lot of socioeconomic aspects of the western side of the county as well, in which I think this park would be beneficial.
Thank you. The next applicant the next project is Jackson County requesting $500,000 for Whittier Qualla Community Park. The next application and project is the town of Louisville requesting $230,940 for Jack Warren Park improvements. The next project is the town of Leland requesting $500,000 for Founders Park Phase 2.
I have a comment on that one. And it's on letters of support only for the civic groups. So that doesn't get any points.
It means they did not actually present our application requirements that they presented to a civic group or groups, to at least 2 civic groups. And they didn't actually present the project, they just, to the actual organization, they just received a letter of support from a representative of the organization.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I have a question on the comment about over half of the proposed project cost is for road entrance improvements and site prep. And does that meet the criteria of the legislation, the 50% of that, or is that too high? Or is that,
It's the non-sexy part of parks that are absolutely necessary.
so there's not a, okay. Okay, thank you.
Now, say more. What are you referencing?
Well, I was remembering a cap of 20% of some of the costs, but I think that was related to something else, so.
Planning
Yep.
and contingency have caps on them, but infrastructure, utilities, and all that are part of
Okay.
eligible reimbursable costs. It just, this one was unique, but it wasn't necessarily just, you know, a new entrance to the park. There's extensive road work that they're wanting to do, because there's 2 entrances, and it's also a main campus area with their town hall, library, and some other facilities, so.
So it's really needed for the project.
Correct.
Thank you.
And I would add, a lot of times, if it's like the initial development of the park, you're gonna have a lot more of that infrastructure cost on that first phase as well.
Yeah.
And I have another observation, if you have any information on it. It reflects full-time Parks and Recreation Department, and they receive points for that. But under public involvement, it says the support from Parks and Recreation Advisory Board not submitted. So do they not have a board, or do they have a department but not a board?
They do have an advisory board. I just think that due to the timing of the preparation of the application, they weren't able to get it on the agenda for presentation or meetings at all.
Okay.
And if it says not submitted on there, that means there was nothing actually provided in the application.
Right, right. And I would just take this moment to advocate for applicants to move ahead with having designated park directors and active Parks and Recreation boards, even no matter what your population is. If you're applying for $500,000 or continuing to apply for funding and grant funding, federal and state, complete your infrastructure with a director and a board. That'll help bring partnerships and help make all your grants stronger.
Thank you. The next project applicant is Mitchell County requesting $500,000 for Mitchell County Recreation Complex.
I'll note that that's another small community with significant need. It's got a 7 times overmatch. It's just incredible that a private donation's coming forward in a small community like that.
Thank you. The next project is Henderson County requesting $286,125 for redefining Etowah Park.
Are there any comments from staff on the planning section of this?
Yeah, and if I could piggyback, when there are 0 points in the planning section, I know this is extraordinary times. Is that what likely is happening here, or?
They didn't submit planning documents, that they need to do a plan. We've been telling them that for the last several applications that they've submitted, but they haven't done anything. So they don't get any points.
Thank you. The next project is Onslow County requesting $393,875 for Hines Farm Park. The next project is the City of Greenville requesting $400,000 for Wildwood Park development.
How is the active grant going? Just for information.
The properties have been acquired, and that was, acquisition order. They have not yet submitted for closeout, of it, but it was part of the second cycle of last year's application. So they just had their 6-month inspection and the properties have been acquired.
Thank you. The next project is the Town of Baden requesting $500,000 for Baden Waterfront Park.
And this is their first application, is that what I'm seeing? Okay.
Yes.
So Barnes, I might need your input on this one. I'm most familiar with this area in connection with some of the pollution that's happened there, and I'm just curious about, particularly, you know, the community groups that have been impacted by that. Is this project something that they're seeking? Should we infer that from the recreational surveys, or do you have any more information about that?
I don't have much on that, but I know it was, very much supported. This was property that, that Alcoa owned, and I believe like the original use of this spot was as a softball field or as an open field next to the lake. And the lake access there, next to it, folks are using that now. That's the access point and a boat ramp there.
Mhm.
But I am not sure on I know the information related to the impact of the Alcoa plant over the long term. But this site has been used for recreation in the past, so now it's been given to the town, and they're going to develop a very nice park there.
That the people want.
Yes.
Barnes, can you talk? Especially because some of this activity includes fishing.
Right.
Is it sports fishing?
Maybe a fishing pier one day.
Well, I think it includes something about fishing, but I'm guessing it's just sports fishing, not fish to eat.
Well, two things.
Yeah.
One is it would be interesting if in the future we could have a conversation. I believe so. Yes. Sorry. It would be nice, I believe, if we could have a conversation in the future, maybe the next meeting, about additional consideration for redevelopment of brownfield facilities, or at least some type of metric that might capture that if it's not already in place. Just speaking from experience, oftentimes in older communities, those brownfield sites or former industrial sites were the most strategic locations. That's why they went in the first place, whether if it's access to water, deep water, rail, or just a strategic location. And a lot of these communities can't catch up because the most strategic spots in town have been taken off the map or inactive because of pollution that might not have been dirty enough to trigger an EPA mandatory cleanup. And so I don't know if that's the case with this one, but I know there's a lot of funding sources that limit potential reuses, say for affordable housing. Certain funding won't allow it if it's in a certain proximity to a railroad track, which would be a similar case for this one. And so parks is one of those things that would be an eligible reuse of a property, especially if it's a situation where it's not just for sports fishing, but for consumption as well. I'm not assuming that about this community, but it is worth noting that some communities that have some of these environmental impacts do still consume off the land for need rather than for sport. So I think that would be an interesting conversation to have. And some future consideration could go to that.
I can speak to, I was just there the other day.
And met with the town manager and so this particular site, so in terms of the manufacturing, so Alcoa is working on a transition plan for their facilities. They have a alloy plant who is actually moving from New Jersey, and they'll be doing actually using the existing facilities where the smelter was originally. So they're reusing that for some, industrial use. So that's being reused, and they're beginning to move several of their employees down from New Jersey and hiring more in North Carolina. And again, this area is becoming sort of a focal point because it is within 100 miles of 10 million people. And so this also will hopefully connect to the Alcoa property that was in the relicensing agreement was donated to the state of North Carolina for Morrow Mountain State Park. So it's all in proximity of that. And this revamp of the park is sort of their workings of trying to renovate the downtown area. Yeah.
Thank you. The next applicant is the town of Sunset Beach, requesting $500,000 for Majestic Oaks land acquisition.
Is this a second application for this? I didn't see that, but I felt like I had read it before. No, it's not a second application.
It's a recent opportunity that became available, so it wouldn't be specific to this property.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. The next applicant is the town of Wrightsville Beach, requesting $397,538 for Wrightsville Beach Park facility improvements. The next applicant is the town of Calabash, requesting $500,000 for Calabash Waterfront Park. The next applicant is the city of Gastonia, requesting $500,000 for Linwood Springs redevelopment.
Wanted to mention on this one, this is contiguous to Crowder's Mountain. And one of the things that's happened here, the state DOT has purchased this land first for a toll road, which didn't seem to get traction. So what's happened is they've bartered with the city of Gastonia to do this, but the problem is, never know what could happen after this if it lets it go. This right here is similar, but it could be a very big help to what's happening to Crowders on a lot of different fronts to help with either parking or bringing people to there, because it's already over 1 million people strong coming to Crowders, and they're not coming from Gastonia, they're coming from all over. So I just want to mention that.
Thank you, Chad. I had a question about the property itself. So it's still owned by the DOT, and there's a 30-year lease to the city. And are there any plans for after the 30 years?
Well, I think the hope would be that this would go through, and then the state would do some other things to keep this project in line with what's going on with Crowders.
Mm-hmm.
I think I can't speak for that because not really knowing, maybe one of the consultants came, but I know that on the backside of the 30 years was to keep it to where this continued on after that.
I think the plan is to keep a long-term lease running.
Mm-hmm.
At least that's what was explained to me when I went out there and did a site visit. This is an amazing piece of property.
Mm-hmm.
It was a old golf course. Mm-hmm. And the the landscaping on it is still relatively intact. You have these amazing hardwood hammocks out there, and it is really beautiful. The old water elements on the golf course are full of fish. I mean, listen, if you want to go fishing, this is the place to go.
Never heard of a hardwood hammocks.
It's really, speaking of fishing piers, yeah. This is would be a great opportunity for a nice park.
And one of the other features that you talked about, Mavis, earlier was in Gaston County, the proximity, if you were to take Gaston County and you put a line right directly through the middle of it.
Mm-hmm.
On the east, you have the airport where most of the growth has happened. There's not a lot of happening on the west side of that city. And one of the things that happens there, this would be probably one of the biggest ventures that could happen to bring people, because they're already there for the mountain. All it does is just kind of play it all together. So I think it's a great project.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I have two questions. One is, you commented on a previous application on the recreational needs survey, inadequate distribution. You gave a figure, 300 responses per, I don't know, however many hundred thousands of people. Do you have that same kind of information for this one in terms of it was marked as inadequate distribution for the recreational needs? Do you have any information?
We don't have numbers, and that's why the inadequate distribution, and I'm going to pull my score sheet for this project. Hang on. I got it here. See if I have a number for it. No, we don't have a known number for it, and that's why we have inadequate distribution for it.
And my second question is, again, this is another example of 0 out of 20 planning points, which seems, in my naivety, just my naive approach to this, seems like very few points for such a gigantic project.
Yeah.
Any comment on, or comment from the board?
The only planning document that was provided to us, we had a site plan for the actual property. And their comprehensive plan did not meet part of criteria to get points for a master plan. It had a couple of portions that did not meet our criteria to get points. And the capital improvements plan, which is also a portion of that 20 points, had some problems also where it didn't meet the criteria for a part of points.
Thank you for combing through everything, Any questions? Yeah, that was my two.
I just wanted to mention one thing, Brian, you mentioned Division 12 in North Line DOT only allows a 30-year lease. Just the reason why they couldn't go forward any further.
It's state, yeah, state.
Right.
requirement, yeah.
There's no intent like the full central transfer.
I think the intent is to have this for its entirety.
They can renew, Mavis. They can renew after the 30-year lease and continue a long-term lease.
The state won't let them have anything further than 30.
The next project is the City of Kinston requesting $500,000 for Emma Webb Park. The next project,
Wait, I'm sorry, I was looking at my notes.
no problem.
This is another question that I had, again, of 0 planning points and a reapplication from 2020. Am I reading?
Amber, can you speak up a little bit, please?
Oh, it is on. There we go. This is another example of, again, 0 planning points and a reapplication. The notes say minor scope changes. I did not see the previous application. Can anybody comment on the minor changes that were included?
So initially, they did not have the splash pad included or the basketball courts. there was some public input process that had to take place to get their council to agree to basketball courts, which was what the community was really wanting. And as far as their planning, they did submit a master plan, but it had a couple of areas where it was lacking to meet the criteria that's set forth as far. I know cost estimates were not included in that. And then they did not submit a comprehensive plan, and they did not submit a capital improvement plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next project is the town of Belleville requesting $500,000 for Belleville Riverwalk extension.
With the state capital infrastructure fund, can someone just speak about that?
So they have done this in the past, but they're using the SCIF funding more and more, and a lot of it, what they do is for the state side, it's funds that are invested until they're needed. So they're essentially somewhat of a bond type issuance, so that is the $37.5 million that Pardiff received is actually SCIF funding. So, and then some of them were directive grants. So they did do the legislature did do some directive grants with that SCIF funding. So that would be the same. I think that's what this is, a directed grant, but it's in that SCIF funding.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Brian, how is the applicant aware of the SCIF funding available? What is the process of accessing the funds?
So if it's a directed grant through the legislature, it came out in the budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Thank you. The next applicant is Swaim County requesting $500,000 for Swaim County Recreation Park Aquatic Center improvements.
I love lazy rivers. I just want to say that. That's why Myrtle Beach will always hold a special place in my heart. And now it's nice to know that there will be more lazy rivers in North Carolina. And to that point, I am curious if anyone has knowledge about maintaining recreation like this, like lazy rivers and slides and stuff. Like any information you could share about how that's sustained over years, and then from a liability perspective. I mean, I'm sure this is normal, but I've just not heard of a local government park with these kind of facilities. So teach me.
I have no idea, Mavis. I am not an aquatics expert, but I have tons of local governments that have these kinds of slides. So I know that we teach an aquatics workshop every year, and NCRPA does as well. The expertise is out there. I'm not sure how many local governments are doing lazy rivers, but I'm sure there's some. So
And I may have to drive out there.
yeah,
Yeah,
maybe we should do a meeting out there.
We should. The Woodman facility in Kinston has a water park that has a lazy river.
river.
Okay. So they, certified pool operator. Yeah. Maintains it just as a pool would be. Very cool. Thank you.
Much like an outdoor pool, it's just a variation, really like an attraction. It attracted you, Mavis, yeah.
It reminds me also of when we first started seeing splash pads years ago, and we're like, what is a splash pad, And I think with the environment the way it is and what we've all experienced with this past summer, if you've got a park and keeping up maintaining a splash pad or a lazy river or a fishing pier or anything that has access to water for our kids is just something we really should be looking forward to in the future, because it's just going to be so important for these hot summers that we're having. And kids need to have something to be able to, and families to take their kids to. I think it's a great project. I do have a comment on this. It reflects a full-time Parks and Recreation Department, and they received all the max of points for operation and maintenance. But when it jumps up to public involvement, there are like 3 or 4 gaps there with only one area receiving points. And it reflects they do have a Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and it just seems to me that all those places that points did not happen, the advisory board could have been very instrumental in closing up the gap there for this application. So I just wanted to make that comment. The importance of the board and their role in helping the director and helping with these applications.
This was another one where they had a survey with problems with the distribution issue, and they also had public meetings, but some problems in how they provided information about comments, which prevented them from getting points. So they did do public outreach, but unfortunately, how the application was put together was their problem. And I'm sorry to say that prevented them from getting points, but I don't want you to think that there was not public support for this project, because there certainly is.
Yes, ma'am. Is there a sense of how many months a year in Swain County, which I think is up in the sort of mountainous area of the state?
Yeah. It's right adjacent to Great Smoky Mountains
Yeah.
National Park, right in that neighborhood. I don't know for sure, but I would say at least 6 to 7 months out of the year that this would be a facility that would be open.
Thank you.
That's pretty much what they're operating their existing aquatics facility at.
I think this project is one of the biggest things that they were wanting out of something I think their recreation department's needing. Because they don't have a lot of activities that they can do, and this is something in addition to, I think it'd be a great addition to them.
Well, I think it's important for everyone to recognize that in the far western parts of the state, public pools are a rare commodity. And, you know, this has been a reoccurring theme since I've worked with Pardiff. Public pools are not as easy to find in the far west as they are in more populated areas. And although they have a public pool now, it's really crowded, and this would be a way to kind of expand that facility and have more people using it.
Just need to know if they do, me and Mavis.
There you go. Bring your own tube. Bring your own tubes.
So noted. Thank you. The next applicant is Yancey County, requesting $350,000 for Ray Court Park renovations. The next applicant is the Town of Lansing, requesting $252,000, $252,500 for Creeper Trail Park.
In reading over this application, I looked at the population of 126, and I thought, well, this is probably our application that has the less population, but it's a very, very needy grant, I'm sure, for that community. Makes it that much more important to them.
Thank you. The next applicant is Camden County, requesting $500,000 for Treasure Point Environmental and Agricultural Education Center.
Not to make this all about me learning, but I am curious about so this project is unique to me in that it has this ag component and the demonstration kitchen and so forth. Can y'all and any authority members talk about how that connects with recreation and parks?
Yeah, yeah, take it.
So it's a situation where it's a rural county, community, northeastern part of the state, and so there's a lot of departmental partnerships. So they just Halifax County is very similar as well, where they do have, you know, a recreation programmer in Camden County, but they don't necessarily have, you know, the department capacity to operate all of their facilities.
Sure.
So there's a partnership between, you know, 4-H runs a summer camp program. And this site actually has traditionally been, even though, you know, not officially owned by the county, but for years has been a public recreation site, even though it was privately owned. And the individual is now ready. There've been like small, long-term lease agreements, small donations over with, you know, required stipulation in the actual, just like we have the deed requirement, that landowner and the requirement that it will remain for public use. So the intent is for still that full service public recreation. And it's a beautiful site.
And I would add on the demonstration kitchen, there are more of this, you know, part of the healthy lifestyle, physically active, also healthy eating. So there has been more crossover with these partnerships that Brittany mentioned with Extension.
Thank you. The next applicant is the town of Spencer, requesting $500,000 for Spencer Town Park. We're in the home stretch as we turn the last tab. The next applicant is the town of Nags Head, requesting $151,331 for Wellbone Park renovations. The next applicant is the town of Allander, requesting $142,650 for Allander Municipal Park Phase 2. Did I say that incorrectly? Oh. Okay. I try my best. I got this next one. The next applicant is the City of King, requesting $296,106 for Recreation Acres renovation. The next applicant is the City of Dunn, requesting $200,000 for Clarence Lee Tart Park Improvements Phase 2. The next applicant is Union County, requesting $250,000 for Jesse Helms Park Passive Area Development.
I have a question about that one. There is notation of a plan, a comprehensive plan that was adopted, but this project doesn't conform with the plan. Can you comment on that, whomever?
Yeah, so sometimes what we're looking for is, in that master plan, does the project that they're proposing to do, is that included in there? Because sometimes they may have changed what they proposed to do. So that one is one where this particular project wasn't evident in that system-wide plan.
Thank you.
This is not related to that project, but just to thank the consultants and to explain to everyone, they just don't receive these applications at the end and put them in the computer and they're done. They're there the whole time if the municipality will accept their help. So they're saying this is what a planning document is. This is how you do your feedback from the community. This is how you contact your Rotary Club. So if
Amen.
Can we clap?
I said amen.
Thank you. The next applicant is the town of Snow Hill, requesting $300,000 for splash pad recreation facility.
So this one, I noted that this is the town, well, the town said that they don't have a park and recreation department, and it doesn't operate any public parks. And so this would be the first public park on property owned by the town. So, no? Am I reading the wrong thing?
They actually do have another park site and have received part of funding in
Oh, okay.
There's just been a tremendous amount of turnover, so there was some information lost over the years.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Thank you. All right. So then from a infrastructure perspective and a sustainability perspective, that should not be an issue.
It should, their public works department, they do have a town administrator, and then their public works department oversees park maintenance of the sites that they do have now.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And then Greene County also assists them with some of that, they do have a parks and recreation department.
Thank you. You answered my questions before I got them out of my head. Thank you.
Thank you. The final applicant is the town of Pineville, requesting $461,039 for Pineville Greenway Mobility Enhancement.
I guess I have a question on that. The first comment, that they did not submit evidence of site control, do we know if they have gotten site control since the deadline?
I do not know if it's been formalized, but they have an agreement with that neighborhood association. The whole plan was to work with them. And in this case, they might have had a draft easement, but it was not executed or finalized at the time of the application. So therefore, we could not, that northern portion above that purple line is on the neighboring property. So we had to reduce the trail amount because that would not be eligible for part of funding until they show that evidence. So, and that's why the trail length was reduced, changing up their points.
Thank you.
But it has been a long-term initiative to make this connection to that community.
I only had 5 applications.
I needed to ask
Next year.
Rashawn some
Next year.
questions. We did get word from somebody who said the fish in Baden Lake were tasty.
Maybe that has concluded the applicants.
Thank you, Vonda. So it says here that I'm going to give voting instructions. But Vonda, I'd actually like if you could cover the instructions and distribute the ballots.
All right.
Because I want to make sure we get it right.
Okay. Bear with me here. All right. The authority will be awarding approximately $101.79 million. There are 49 applicants requesting $20.9 million. Factors Parks and Recreation Authority considers when selecting grants include the ranking by the Partif scoring system that we just went through, the geographical distribution of grant recipients across North Carolina, distribution of awards to local governments with small, medium, and large populations, the Partif funds available and the funds requested by each applicant, compliance with past grant agreements, comments, and recommendations from the authority members. The selection process: when each application is introduced, authority members can ask questions and make comments and recommendations. Members who recuse themselves on an application are asked not to discuss or vote, and to note that on your score sheet. After all applications are introduced, the authority will vote. The staff will total all the votes and rank the projects. The authority will review the results and select grant recipients based on the vote using the funds available. Evaluations of each application: each applicant has been evaluated by a team of central office staff and regional consultants that are here to assist you per the authority's recommendations using the Partif scoring system. Authority members have reviewed each applicant's description, justification of their project, the site plan, and the staff evaluation. We introduced the applications to you. Thank you, RRS, for all of your support. After all the projects have been introduced, we will now distribute the ballots. The authority members will vote on each application using the following system. A top priority project is 4 points. A high priority project is 3 points. A medium priority project is 2 points. A low priority project is 1 point. As the authority members vote, it's probably time to inform the audience. We probably should inform you that it's going to take us a little bit after the vote. So it's a great time for you to go to lunch, and we'll go over the agenda to tell you what time to return. There are options. If you need lunch options, please let us know. After the authority members finish voting, we will announce, well, we're going to share with you the time to return.
Vonda?
Yes.
There's a small group, and I know we've done this in the past. Can we do a courtesy introduction quickly of our audience?
Absolutely.
Attended today?
Okay, so here's the ground rules for this. Your name, your title, and who you represent. Possibly even the project that you're here with your fingers crossed, but let's not ad-lib a long time. Thank you. Bear, if you would start, we'll do this side of the room, and then I will give Luann a nod when to start.
Yes.
Donnie Loftus, North Carolina House of Representatives, District 109, supporting the city of Gaston Park.
I am Kate Jones, Deputy Planning Director for the town of Nags Head, and I'm project consultant. I'm Katie Hall, I'm the Public Information Officer for North Carolina State Parks.
Hey, I'm Don Avery, I'm Assistant General Counsel for the Department of Natural Resources.
I'm Mike Horn, Mayor of the fabulous town of Louisville, here representing the fabulous Mary Hall's Community Center.
I am Ken Sadler from Louisville as well, supporting what he's supporting.
And you're also a former authority member, correct?
Yes, I was a member of the authority for about 8 years.
Great to see you.
Joel Dunn on behalf of the city of Rocky Mount. We actually don't have an application in. We've got a current one for 2020, and we're preparing one for next year. So just like
That's the way to plan.
David Griffin, also from the city of Rocky Mount. Will Summer, Director of the North Carolina Land and Water Fund, one of your sister trust funds. Wonderful to be here.
Dee Turner from Pender County. We have 2 projects, Hampstead Kiwanis Park Phase 4 and Central Windsor.
Zach White, also from Pender County as well. Cody Suggs, Parks and Recreation Director for the town of Burrall, supporting Phase 2 West Side Development of Positive Canal Greenway and Urban Trip.
Thomas Morris from Davidson County Parks and Recreation Director, here with Jack and River Playground Project.
Luann Brown with Woodville, 14 plans, lots of projects. Christy Ferguson, Assistant Town Manager with the town of Open Beach, supporting the Town Pier project.
I'm David Hewitt, Town Manager and Finance Officer at Holden Beach for the Holden Beach Pier Property Project.
Candace Pitt, retired faculty member from NC State and former Director of Recreation Resources. Glad to be back with this group in supporting the Town of Holden Beach project.
Stacy Schatzer, Nash County Manager, Nash County Miracle Park at Cooper's, Phase 2, and thank you for Phase 1.
Patsy McGee, Assistant to the County Manager with Nash County, here supporting Nash County Miracle Park at Cooper's, Phase 2.
Mike Hargraves, Sunset Beach Town Council Member, supporting Majestic Oaks Park. Thank you. It's my wife Judy, she just came along.
Scott Coakley, Town of Jamestown, Park Superintendent, in support of the Jamestown Park rejuvenation and refresh.
Anna Haverluck, Town Planner, Town of Jamestown.
I'm David Pearson, Executive Director of Friends of State Parks. We advocate for funding and lobby for funding for the Park and Recreation Trust Fund. So go home, talk to the legislators, senators, tell them we need more recurring funding.
Katie Ryan, Recreation Program Supervisor for the Town of Wrightsville Beach.
Brian McNeil, Parks and Recreation Director, City of Dunn, here for the Clarence Beach Park, Phase 2.
Olivia Calloway, I'm the Parks and Rec Director for the City of King. I'm supporting the Recreation Acres renovation project.
Eric Justice, the Deputy Director of Administration for North Carolina State Parks, here to help support all of them.
Ray, we might need you to introduce yourself since we haven't seen much of you.
Okay. My name is Rashawn King. I know I've been talking a lot today, but I'm the Central East Regional Consultant for Recreation Resources Services, and I'm happy to be here.
Okay. Is there more instructions that are needed prior to the vote?
So I'll turn to the authority members. Are we clear? So we'll rank, and then the rankings will be revealed, and then we vote on how much to fund. And then, should we need to, we'll rank again with the rank the remaining applications.
If there's a tie.
If there, yeah.
Yep.
And with a pencil, right?
I'll share those instructions individually.
Hands. Thank you.
Real quick, as you're filling out your ballots, if you do happen to make a mistake, just X through the circle and then go fill in the one that you're looking at actually doing. Don't need a new ballot. And then if you confuse yourself, just don't strike through all of the circles. That would essentially have you vote for all of them. Let's just strike through the project itself. I'll go back to it.
Great.
So,
Can you go back to the agenda?
yeah, so just, we're at the point, again, the funding available is $17,888,545. This is a time where the general public is welcome to go take a lunch. Typically, we take about, Madam Chair, we do like to take normally it's about an hour and 45 minutes. So it's up to you as to how long we'd like to adjourn.
So actually, just working that out right now. So one option is to move some of the application stuff down. While the staff is doing that.
Yeah, as long as it's at it, well. So we can let
It doesn't matter. If you do make a mistake, what you can raise it, just X out the one mistake, and we'll put it in your circle. Make sure you sign all 3 pages. That's one that you meant to. When you meant to, just circle it. Okay, we'll see it. Cool.
So we are going to vote. The authority members are going to vote, and if you leave, you can plan to come back at 1:45, we have a set time for lunch, and so we are a little bit ahead of schedule. Brian, I think I'm fumbling. Is that right?
Perfect, yeah, they'll be back, they can be back here at 1:45 and we'll give the results back at that point.
Right.
Yep.
Will it take that long? 1:45?
That folks can come back. But for us, we'll probably pick up some of the afternoon stuff since we have more time. Yeah.
We usually adjourn the.
I can.
We usually adjourn the.
Oh, gotcha.
For the state park.
Okay.
Good.
It's my brother's place. And she told me
It's so good to have you with
I'm
Nash
with Nash
County.
County. I've been there almost 20 years, and our Parks and Rec director was coming from sick.
Oh.
But I write the grants, I administer the grants, and do that, so it's good to meet you.
Very nice to meet
Yeah.
you. Tell Cindy.
I will.
Oh, yeah, because we're not in our normal location, sitting in the park. Yeah. I'm getting, as I get older, we go all over the place. Yeah. I know, I still have right in
This is a check of the audio system of the stream. The stream will return at 1:45 p.m.
We'll share. Hello.
Thank you.
I want to give a shout out to your staff, though. These guys got the.
Yeah.
All but Brian. He has to wear jackets now.
Well, we got some training wheels for him.
I remember the very first meeting I ever came to, I wore a suit, I was all decked out. Brian and he sat back there, they had their regular meetings, like they were out working clothes. I said, "It's part of the system."
Yeah.
He was dressed so.
But this
Now
is.
he never wear a jacket.
So wait, now he needs his.
I just need to get the password from Nate. He's coming. They'll be here in a minute. Got it. Yeah, so.
I didn't know where I was at.
Madam Chair, while you're waiting on them, thank you very much for allowing me. Thank you for the information I've learned today. I look forward to continuing. Thank you.
Should have waited till you got on the trip. That's why I did it before.
I'll be saying something different, right?
So we are going to start soon. Start our conversation about the state parks business soon. Just making sure all the logistical stuff lines up. So our tech folks are here, and we'll be on broadcast. And Brian is going to be sharing, but he needs to get login information. So, but we will start in just a minute.
I'm not driving the bus. Mavis, so we're done reviewing the voting for round one. They'll spend roughly 91% of the dollars in a five-way tie. The remainder of the funds are about $52,000. The second vote's going to be made ourselves, so we'll prepare them the second vote, or the second ballot. And we'll take those back, hand calculate, and make them back.
So that's the question. That's operating under the we determined.
Dressed in the wrong ones. What you end up with the Renaissance fund now, bring that number of people, basically, and then they price it accordingly.
We both have been talking, I've got a question about headquarters, and I really want to go, I was talking to him, I was like,
I'm good, as long as you say yes, I'm good.
All right. So, Brian, thank you for bringing these materials to us so that we can have them in front of us while you present about the state park capital and land requests. We have informed our local government guests that we will do any announcements about that starting at 1:45 at the earliest. So right now we'll just pick up our business, state park system business part of the agenda. And if that does conclude before 1:45, just note that we'll wait until 1:45 to begin the announcement so that we can honor our time commitment to folks. Brian, please kick us off with state park business.
Thank you. Typically, we ask for funding mainly in the November meeting, but there are occasions when we have to come to the authority to ask for a few projects that are a little bit more urgent than others. And so the projects that we'll be talking about today are a couple of land projects that are fairly urgent to get the funding in place. And then the other ones are 4 of our capital projects that 2 of them we bid and are underfunded, and then 2 of them that we're getting ready to bid, and we extrapolated sort of our shortfall based on those. And so I'll walk through those ones in a minute, though. So working first from the land acquisition side of things, we have 2 projects for you to look at. The first is at Chimney Rock, the second at Lake James State Park. Chimney Rock, we are requesting $100,000 for 52 acres. And several years back, we had asked the authority for $150,000. There are some deed issues that we've finally gotten to the point that we worked out. And some of that money, the $100,000, some of it was reallocated to other projects. So we still had $150,000 for that project, but we had reallocated $100,000, so we wanted to go back and put that money in the account and complete that project. The second project is a 1-acre inholding at Lake James State Park for $22,000. The Anders Tract is located in Chimney Rock State Park in Rutherford and Henderson counties. The project sits on the west side of the park on what's called near Stony Mountain. This is sort of the big picture of the park. It's sort of on the southwestern side of the park. And it's an important track. If you can, it's kind of hard to see, but there's a dotted line. And again, this is the master plan that we did for it. And that dotted line goes right through that parcel, and that's a trail acquisition, or trail parcel. So this is really especially needed to complete that trail. It'll run along that ridge at Stony Mountain. And the hope is that we'll be able to connect actually the Chimney Rock Park to the World's Edge parking lot when we get that in place. So we've done some trades and some deals to start that up, but it's an important track to get that trail through that particular parcel and connect those two different park areas. It's 52 acres, $100,000 request from Pardiff, 150 previous request for it's a $250,000 project. Yeah, I printed what was in your what we sent out in the original handouts. It's not the slides. Okay. Yep. So you have the maps from the agenda that was sent out. Okay, the second land acquisition is at Lake James State Park. This is the Peterson track, and it's an in-holding, and it was a courthouse, sold on the courthouse lawn with some higher than you'd think bidders, but we had a land, some folks that bid for us, and the price that we got on that particular property was $22,000. And so this just shows, it's a little busy on the right, but it's right sort of in the middle of a lot of trails and campgrounds. So elimination of that 22-acre in-holding is pretty important in a park of that size. Correct. And they've actually reduced the price a little bit from what they had to bid it up to. So, yeah. So 1 acre, $22,000. And yeah, that's for that particular project.
Just out of curiosity, why was it sold on the courthouse stairs?
I assume it was a tax.
Oh.
Most likely it was a tax issue that they were working on.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Brian, why is it specifically a priority park?
This one, because it's an in-holding, and they wanted to be, the folks that purchased it wanted to be reimbursed for that as soon as possible, rather than waiting from the November meeting. I'm going to go through them all, and then I have sort of a summary slide at the end that we can do at the end. But any other questions on the land side of things?
Back to Chimney Rock.
Sure.
What is the plan for the 52 acres? What will happen there?
So that particular parcel, like I said, oh, hey, look at that. So here's the master plan. And so, what's kind of cool is you can kind of see that we've actually, so this master plan was written back in, boy, should know the answer to these questions, but probably 2013. And so since that time, we've actually purchased all of this property here. So the idea is to have a trail from this area here in the World's Edge, where we've been doing some acquisition. And so the trail will come all the way here, cross the property here, come through up into the Blue Mountain area up in here where Bat Cave is, and then eventually hook back and tie back in to where you can actually get to the park, the Chimney Rock Park, from over here, and just a larger connection. So the idea, what this track will be, is it'll be a part of the park, and we'll eventually be able to put a trail through here. So so this eventually will have a trail access through it.
And roughly speaking, what is the cost of putting in the trail?
Boy, that's a great question. None of my trail people are here.
$25,000 for natural surface, $1 million for paved greenway.
Per mile. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. And it's out there too. So this is kind of a neat spot. This is the old orchard in here, and where we've talked about having some group camping out there. I think the thing is we have 2 access points at Chimney Rock, and really trying to get some more access and some more trails out there.
Will we see more third-party transactions like this?
So it's going to be interesting to see. I can't predict the future, but right now there were 2 large conservation folks. One just recently passed away, and then the other is backing off a bit on his funding of projects. Just he's looking at consolidating some of his assets and trying to recoup some of those costs right now. There may be a pause on all that in North Carolina for a bit. It was some great, amazing times, when you see somebody, just the even fact that somebody said, I spent $29 million on this, and I'm going to sell it to you for 22. That's pretty amazing, to get that turnaround on it. I hope so. you know, we had put there was a lot of private funding in acquisitions over the years because of some great partners that we had in North Carolina. I'm hoping that will continue. You know, we do have some land trusts that work with private donors too that I think will continue to, it may not be one or two individuals, but it may be, you know, working on different projects to get that acquisition in place. Yep. So moving on to the capital side of things. So I didn't go too much detail on these. You've seen all 4 of these projects before, unfortunately, but we are in times where it's a challenge to bid. So the first project is the Hammocks Beach Teachers Building, and this project has been bid, and so we have a winning bid. However, the actual bid came in 1.336 million short of funding we had in place for that. And that project is the Teachers Building renovations. That will include the renovation of the building, new parking, and renovation of the picnic shelter that's currently adjacent to the facility right now. So that will put that facility back and with some appropriate displays about the history of that building that we'll have in there. So we need to start to work on that, an additional 1.336. The second is also at Hammocks Beach, and that is the park, the campground. And we are 1.282 short on that one. And again, that one has not been bid yet, but what we're doing is using a similar escalation on the projects that have come in and bid to be able to predict that, because that one, the reason we're asking for these 2 is one of them, they've already been bid, and then the Hammocks Beach project is getting ready to bid, so we will bid that one before November, before we meet again, and that's why we're requesting those additional funding at this time. And that project includes a new shower house, 13 RV sites with full hookups, water, electric, and sewer, 9 tent sites, 4 camper cabins, campsite amenities, road parking, site utilities, and what we're going to do there is hook everything up to city water and sewer, which is great for us because that can be a long-term maintenance and challenging cost with that. Morrow Mountain State Park, this one also has been bid, and this is a large project. And sorry, to skip back to Hammocks Beach. So the funding on that, we asked for 3.317 previously, and the funds that we currently have are from Connect NC bond. They also come from repair and renovation funding. So that includes in that 5 million. No, I'm sorry. That's just it's just Connect NC bonds on that one. So the 5.724, you know, if you add those 2 numbers, they don't quite meet 5.724. But the funding there is Partif, Connect NC bond, and the total project at Hammocks will be 5.724. So Morrow Mountain, again, that is a very large project, and it entails a lot of renovations of a really, you know, a 1930s, 1940s CCC era park. We have bid that one out, and we are 1.784 short of our bid amount. We previously requested from Partif 3.326 million, and the total cost of that project is 9.148. And that project funding will include Partif, Connect NC bonds, and it'll also include repair and renovation funding. And that project includes the full renovation of 2 campgrounds. We're going to put in 1 new shower house and renovate the other shower house. We'll have new camper cabins, renovation of 5 existing family cabins. There are 5 cabins or 6 cabins. One's been renovated, and we're going to renovate the additional 5 there. Convert the kiddie pool to a small spray field, and we're also renovating the mountaintop. There's a concession building at the mountaintop that we'll renovate, and that'll be to the back to the historic nature of that building. It varies. So Chimney Rock State Park, there's a concessionaire. Mount Mitchell is a concessionaire. Kitty Hawk Kites is a concessionaire. So in some parks, we do have that. In Mitchell, let's see, at Fort Macon, there's a concessionaire that runs our bookstore there. And then, and some of them we work with the Friends group on, and some of them we just staff internally. So it's a mixture of some of them, yeah. And then finally, the William B. Umstead State Park campground improvements. And again, this is a fairly old, not as much utilized campground. And so we are 1.156 estimating short in that. We previously asked for 1.677 from Pardiff, and it's a $4.559 million project. So that project includes demolition of the old campground shower house, replacement with a new shower house, and improve 10 existing tent sites to RV sites with full hookup. And then we're also going to add 6 new camper cabins. And then the 12 tent sites will be improved. And so really excited about that one. That's going to have some, really a needed renovation to that particular campground. And then the adding of the camper cabins and the RV sites, I think people are really going to enjoy that. In Raleigh. So,
Going back to full-time operation year-round.
Yes, we are. Yep. All these will have conditioned restrooms. They'll be heated, probably not air conditioning, but they'll have fans and vents in them so that we can run them year-round, and then we'll have heating in the winter so that we won't have any freezing or pipe issues, but we'll be running those year-round. So that's the new model in every new campground renovation, to run those year-round, because when you get RVs, you're talking February, we see people out there who are willing to, to go in there on the shoulder seasons and the winter to still camp in the campground. Total request for the capital side is $5.588752 million, and previously asked was 10.56 in Pardiff, for a total of these 4 projects of $23 million. So for the fiscal year 2023 August request, we're asking for the 122 for land acquisition, and 5.58 for a total of 5.68 million 752 for this request.
So you'll be coming back to the fall meeting with more requests.
Yeah, so that will leave almost $31 million in November for a state parks request. If I can answer any questions?
I'll move through.
I think that.
Is there revenue attached to camping?
Yes.
Is it meaningful, or is it against numbers like these?
I would think you're not going to get a rate of return that's going to have a payoff in a meaningful period of time.
There is some revenue.
Yeah, oh yes, definitely. And I would say, from our perspective, looking at some of the newer ones, camper cabins and RV sites, the percent utilization is pretty high on those. So those ones, Jerry probably can answer this, but what is it? Just on the cost of building the camper cabin, what's the rate of return on that?
I know on the first camper cabins we built, we seen it pay back in 5 to 7 years. Now that's at Carolina Beach, a highly used area, but we really feel that that's what the world wants now. They like to lock the door, be behind closed doors, some air conditioning, electricity for their phones. So if we see those things stay booked, year ahead.
And remember, that doesn't take into account land cost, maintenance, staffing, all those. That's just typically the cost that we put into the building to return it on that. Yeah.
Any other questions for Brian?
Got a motion from Lewis and a second from Cynthia.
Any discussion? Call your name to vote.
Call your name to vote. And I'll just go around in this order, if that's all right. So Doug, Barnes, Chad, Beth, Margaret, Amber, Cynthia, Lewis. Mavis is also an aye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now we will have Dwayne give us a report.
Well,
I'm wrong. No, yeah, I'm right. Yep, Dwayne.
well, my report is normally pretty short. I try not to say anything in these meetings too much because the authority, this is their baby. But I do want to thank RRS for their great job. And we really get to see how government should work. It was obvious by the questions that the authority members were very much in tune with and had read their homework. So we're very happy about that. And the wide variety of questions many of the RRS consultants answered without even looking at their notes. I only saw Judy look at her notes one time. So we gotta tighten you up, Judy. But it is a pleasure to see this, especially being a North Carolina citizen. Today we're sending in a report about our accomplishments through 2021 that we have to do to the governor's office. But when we got requested, a request from the department to look at our accomplishments, it just sort of hit me because of what had occurred earlier in the week. We had a meeting with the interns that we hired that we started about 4 years ago. And we had another meetings with schools and parks. And I thought back to when we instituted those programs. I had a little bit to do with it back a few years back. And starting to see them materialize was a good thing. And I began to also think about so many other things like the trails that we are now beginning to institute. 4 or 5 years ago, there was very little trails money, $2 million. And a lot of people stepped up to the plate. It's sort of like a baseball team. People in the field, I hate to highlight Beth and Margaret and so many others, were working their legislators along with Michelle and others, working her parks people to push the legislators to get a lot of things done. And the thing that was really heartwarming about it is that everybody was doing it, swimming in the same direction. When people would go over to the legislature, they didn't say, well, some of the trails people were given the opportunity to take some money from Pardiff. They said, no, we're not going to do that. We don't want money to come from Pardiff, but they were able to sustain it. And even when they had disagreements amongst themselves, they said, what's good is the group. And that manifested itself with transformational amounts of money. I appreciate the governor for giving a lot of leadership and kind of putting it out on the table. And I appreciate the legislature for what they done. All they wanted to do was change the name so that they could get credit or he could get credit. It doesn't make any, I'm kind of joking with that. But, both of them love this state. And both of them love trails. I wish every issue was like our issue. When I walk in the legislator's office, they're happy to see me and deans and everybody else. And I think back to, I don't know, I've gone through like about 4 or 5 computer conversions. And when you start out with a computer conversion, everybody says to you, boy, I hate this mess. We need to go back to doing it the old way. And then after a year or two, they're coming to you saying, can't we put more money into this computer program? Because I now wanted to do this and I wanted to do that. But that's sort of what's been happening with parks. We used to go to legislatures and say, please do this for us. We used to go to the governor's office and say, please do that. Well, to be honest with you, legislators are coming to us now and saying, can't we do this in my district? And can't we do this over there? And so you really feel a sense of success with it. And I'm just really thankful for that. You mentioned about revenue. Our revenue has gone up about 70%, from about $12 million to, I think last year it was $23 million. What does that mean? That means that we bought $9.8 million worth of equipment last year, whereas we normally buy about 700,000 or 800,000. We bought, what do you call those steer things? Where you build steers. So now we can build some of our own trails and maintain some of our own trails so that it won't be 25,000. We might be able to beat your estimate there, and per mile. And so it's just in going through these numbers, it was very heartwarming. From 2008 to 2018, our staffing increased by 2%. 2008 to 2018. Our visitation increased by 6 million people, from 13 million to 19 million. But how the tide turns. Now, over the last 5 years, we went from 481 full-time staff. We're now at 533. That's what we're supposed to be doing. That's about a 12 to 14% increase. And we will have another 20 positions probably by the end of this year. It's not all the way we need to be, but sometimes we have to look in the mirror and just be happy for what we're doing. And I attribute that so much to so many people in this room. And to see, and hearkening back to those interns, to see their joy and their learning about areas that they've never seen before, to think about those teachers and their excitement in getting schools and parks. I hate that we had to go through COVID, but we're through it now for the most part. Once we get Lewis to get COVID, everybody would have had it. So, he's the only person I know that hadn't had COVID. I don't mean to do anything to you, Lewis. But and so let's be happy with a lot of those things. Like I say, I don't talk too much in these meetings, but we have been transformational. And let's continue to be transformational. And if this group right here, the authority, and these consultants, and my staff out there, Katie and Brian and Jeff and David out there, let's all continue this process of working together. It really makes a difference when we all are on the same page. And it has been a joy. And sometimes Kate Dixon used to call me up at 11 o'clock at night saying, Dwayne, we were fussing. And I say, well, Kate, I don't care what you do. Just come out of there in agreement and with stuff you can live with. And it's a joy where the weak grow strong and the strong grow great. That's a true story for this committee and this group. And that's just my little statement on it all, and hope I didn't bore you. I didn't bring, Michelle was supposed to send me texts to keep me awake today, but I left my phone downstairs, so I hope I didn't go to sleep on anything. But thank you so much for everything, and I look forward to working with you, and we have been successful. We have been, and we will be successful. And thank you.
It's good to hear those kind of remarks. But when we were at South Mountain, you talked about salaries being a big issue.
Yeah.
You had any success with that?
Well, There are, I'm very hopeful, let me put it that way. The legislature did put a good bit of money in there, and they did an interesting thing in putting in labor market adjustment money. And the governor has, on his side of things, has put several policies in place that if you have the money, it allows you to use it in different ways. So, but it is a struggle, and it's still our number one struggle, is the salaries for staff. We're affected by the great resignation like everybody else. But if we don't get those salaries straight soon, we're going to really be in trouble. So, like I say, the legislature and the governor are trying to do things, and we're researching those flexibility issues. And, all you can do is try your best. So that almost sounded like a political answer, didn't it? But that's my report, and I guess we'll have to wait around to 1:45.
We got things to talk about.
Okay.
Are there any other questions for Dwayne?
I would just like to thank Dwayne for his leadership and his positive way to do things and keeping us motivated and oriented.
Mm-hmm. Ditto, you and the staff. So while we again we'll begin the announcements around the local government grant.
Can I ask you something? If we
Oh,
could
sure.
for a second, could we all just gather in front and get a picture with our legislator?
Oh yeah, yeah, that's a great idea, and it'll probably take us 15 minutes to coordinate. All right, so while folks are joining for the local grant conversation that'll begin at 1:45, the authority members are going to take a photo with Representative Loftus.
There you go.
If he will join us in a photo. Okay, great.
You have a strong camera.
Right in front with him. Me and Donnie takes a lot of pictures with me. He might be.
Chad, look pretty.
Over.
Yeah, we're short.
Y'all come over here. Come over here. Y'all come over here. They want to get the sign in there.
Okay. So if you'll stand right here, right here. All right. Phyllis, if you'll stand right here.
Is this thing on?
Yes, it is. Everybody, wait, see their faces. Oh, you are.
Now we lost our cameraman.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, my ADHD is bothering me, I gotta put that in.
Oh, yeah. There'll be one person that goes, what?
Going on there. All right, 1, 2, 3. One more.
Somebody broke it.
Thank you. So I do want to take a few moments to talk about our November meeting, because I know there are some folks curious about our plans for the November meeting. Our November meeting will be November 3rd through the 4th, which is a couple of days before my birthday, and it'll be in Asheville, near my hometown of Black Mountain. And I like chocolate. No. In all seriousness, the November meeting will be November 3rd through the 4th in Asheville, and we will visit the Pisgah View State Park while we're up there. I will work with the staff to arrange for us to have an optional dinner on the 3rd, so I hope part of members and folks will join us on the 3rd so that we can have some social time together. And typically at the November meeting, we do state park business. And then we will also have the opportunity, if helpful and necessary, to answer any questions or ask any questions about the local side, the local government side. So yeah, any questions from the authority members about the November meeting? Any requests?
I think at our last meeting, I didn't see it in the minutes, we talked about having kind of a review of some of the history of Neil, and Cynthia and I were gonna put something together. Of course, Neil's gone now, but I don't know if that's something we still want to do or not.
It is. Will you refresh everyone's memory again about what we
just talked about how the orientation and the history of the authority and how it all came together, and we got a lot of new members, just trying to get everyone up to speed with some of the background and history and the value and the importance, and going from bootstraps to trying to some big success. And we don't need to lose the energy and the passion that we had those years, and trying to make sure everybody's on that same boat.
Yeah, this morning, Amber and I got a tour of the office from Vonda, and it was really amazing to see the archives with all the projects that have funded. And I thought back to that discussion in the meeting, the importance of us, all having an understanding of the history, the processes, all the things. So yes. So how do we make sure that happens? Who should we work with, Vonda or Brian?
You just tell me to do it.
Fonda and I will work on that. And
Yeah.
just a little historical note, we'll be giving out the thousands part of the grant.
Oh wow.
The 1,000s.
Are there balloons? Yeah, that's wonderful.
To figure out which lucky grantee that is.
Yeah. So I'm trying to honor our commitment to start at 1:45. It does look like most people have come back that are back or waiting, or no, that are back. They're ready.
No, they need another 10 minutes.
Right, yeah. Right, yeah. I just want to make sure folks know that I'm going to honor that. Since this is a very special time of the year with the local government grants, I'm going to put all the authority members on the spot and ask everyone to share an anecdote of your favorite memory from a local park, whether it's from your hometown or one that you visited in your adult life. But I just want to invite you all to share any favorite memories or special moments related to a local park that's special to you. And so I'll start. As I mentioned, I'm from Black Mountain, North Carolina, and there's a very small basketball court, tennis court, and baseball field in my neighborhood that we called the U Center. I learned as an adult it was the Youth Center, but as kids we mispronounced it. But anyway, it was always a special place for us because we could go there anytime we wanted, and it felt like it was ours. It felt like we belonged there, and so I'll always love the Youth Center. I have not visited it or played basketball there since last century, but still holds a special place in my heart. Anyone else want to share? Amber?
Do I have to do it on the microphone, like really loud? I don't know if you can even hear me. I have grown up loving the parks and taking my kids to parks, and it doesn't really matter what it is. If it has to do with mud, water, anything slimy, we are there and we are in. But we had made South Mountain State Park, which we live near, our park where we would go and take a hike around every full moon, not in the nighttime, but during the day, to watch how that park changed throughout the seasons. And in the last year, we've been able to help work with some of the local rangers on some trail renovation projects. And even though that may only mean trimming poison ivy from along the edges or picking up, cutting loose stumps or something of that nature, the kids love it and they feel like it is their basketball court that's in their neighborhood and they want to protect it and preserve it. So thank you to all of the rangers who are underpaid. It is hard freaking work.
I'll just share my story, and my story is unique because I grew up in a park, changed my life. I got to play professional baseball after that, I got to have a special member in this audience today who I coached after I got out of baseball and got to continue to put back, which we didn't know. I found out today that he is from Leland, and what we did was just in Brunswick County. So it's a small world how parks bring you together, but it's always the training ground for great motivation to get you to the next step of your life. It always keeps you pushing forward. So that's one of the things I love about parks. Obviously, we have a great state park in my county, and it's the gym. You know, no one else can take that from us.
Thank you for sharing that. Sylvia? I have a story. Yeah, so here. But it's probably an unusual one. But I grew up in Johnson County on a tobacco farm as a tenant, tobacco tenants. And that was our playground. And we weren't exposed to, whether it was in school or at home, we weren't exposed to state parks. We didn't know about state parks. And so I was probably in my 20s before I learned what state parks were. And so my passion for state parks is to provide for families and children what I didn't know about and what I missed. And so you'll often hear me say, why don't we have a state park in this area? Why do our kids and families have to travel an hour, hour and a half to get to a state park when we have such beauty here to make those parks? And so I just want kids and families to have opportunities within a 3-minute drive as a whole to enjoy the state park and hold it on. I'm on fire. Anyone else?
I can give one. Mine's kind of cheesy, but it's fine.
It's kind of cheesy, but it's enjoyable.
So I got engaged last year at some point, and
We just had it.
You are so in trouble. You don't even know we are.
Yeah. And we were looking for a venue. We live down at the coast, and we just didn't like any of those places. And we decided to look out west. And so we decided to get married at Lake Lure. And that day, when we were waiting for our appointment time to come around and go look at the venue, we decided to go to Chimney Rock. And so we drove to Chimney Rock, and we went up there, you know, with the little flag tower, the great top or whatever. We could kind of see the venue from the top of that rock, you know. And so we took a picture right there because it was months before the actual wedding, and the venue's kind of miles away in the backdrop. But so now we have that from, you know, before we got married. So it's kind of cool. Yeah.
Did you tell her, I'm gonna be on that board that's over this?
I would just share this. Obviously, I've been on the authority now for 5 minutes. But I've learned that it's a role that you can take pretty passively, or I learned from Beth, you can be very activist, and it seems very enriching. We'll try that.
Different than Cynthia a little bit. I actually grew up in Raleigh, like in Raleigh. More in the urban area, and so I think when I was a kid and I first discovered Umstead Park, I really was just amazed that there was this incredible natural area in what I always thought was more of a city urban area. And I mean, the minute I discovered Umstead Park, I just loved it. And so I think there's so many different ways that kids get exposed to parks, but they do change our lives. I think whenever it is that you discover one, maybe if you're wired that way, you have to be wired that way, but I actually think they're good for everybody. So Umstead Park is a real treasure. And the more and more this place grows, it's more and more of a treasure. So thank you to everybody who keeps it going. I don't like to talk on these things.
I'll tell a story. Yeah. Well, as a part member, I learned that assembly makes you a rock star. So every ribbon cutting that I've been to, people run up to you and say, thank you, you're the best, and so on. But that's not the best part of it. The best part of it is then seeing the faces of those people running up to you, like just smiling and so happy for what they've done for their community. And everybody else that shows up at those ribbon cuttings who have been asking for dollars and $5 and doing those public input sessions, and just like what a difference you've made or we've made or the state budget has made to these communities, that we all have a chance to go after this money and compete for it and put our hearts on the line and say, let's make my community better, let's make my community healthy. So that's been the best thing, to go to ribbon cuttings and see firsthand what we're doing for North Carolina. And I'm a rock star.
A little different perspective, I'll share that growing up in West North Carolina mountains, my father passed when I was very young, and had an older special needs brother. The mother was caring for a lot. I had several cousins over in the Johnson City Tri, so I went over there one summer and went with a cousin's family to their summer vacation up to Hungry Mother State Park in Southwest Virginia. So you probably know Hungry Mother. And it's a classic CCC park. And little did I know at that time, as much as I enjoyed that week or two up there, that I'd be coming back and have the opportunity to work with career with parks, and then for the last 10 years to work with American State Parks and see these CCC buildings that are all over the country. It's just incredible. If you haven't experienced it, got an appreciation for that big conservation corps and what they kind of gives you chills to think what they did. I remember hearing one of the best things I did as director, Wayne, was I went down to South Cemetery Lake and met with a reunion. That's probably 15 or 20 years ago, of CCC workers. And I remember this one guy made a comment to the effect, if I'd have known it had been that important, I would have worked a little bit harder. They were so, the CCC would mean so much to the country, and it has. So, I think we all need to step back and give the admonition to ourselves. What's the future generations going to look back on and think of the 70s and the 80s and the 90s and the teens and the early 2000s? So hopefully we're going to be pushing forward, and I think the success of the trust fund that you're making reference to ties to all that.
Nate, looks like you wanted to share.
So, I was born up in Ohio and grew up in Florida, and I graduated from high school in Florida shortly after part of it started. And I remember we would go back and forth between Ohio and Florida each year, and every year my family and I would be like, we want to move here. And it was because of the state parks. We would purposely seek out the parks that y'all have built on that trip, and that's why we made North Carolina home. And I really believe that that culture that y'all as parks professionals, that y'all as authority members are creating, are making the type of place that people all around the country and all around the world want to move to. It's our strong local parks departments, our strong national parks, our state parks, our strong universities. All of those things together build more than just parks, they build a culture. And parks have become a part of that fabric of our culture, and a really strong part of that fabric. So just everybody in this room, you're doing amazing things to bring people to North Carolina, not just as residents, but as visitors too. So thank you.
Thank you, Nate. That was a wonderful statement and a great segue to our next task. Thank you, and thank you all for sharing as well. When I'm sorry, did you want to share?
Oh,
I think I shared, but I did want to just one more time mention about Bayard being here. He's retired from being retired, and he's and I just wanted to make sure everybody knows how much I appreciate him. And but I think I shared enough with my little speech earlier. So that's everybody.
Well, moment we've been waiting for. So I'm going to invite you, Fonda.
But I have a Parks and Recreation story. So I am a Parks and Recreation kid. I grew up in a local park in my hometown. I'll keep that private. And I was too young to be able to play softball in the women's league. And so I was a volunteer at 10 and prepped all the fields and lined off all the fields and got to keep score while they played. And so I knew early on, like at 10, that I would be a Parks and Recreation professional. All right. Are y'all ready now? Okay. All right. So, thank you, Madam Chairperson, Madam Chair. I'll review the projects based on the results of the authority votes. And so I'm going to go through the sheet with you if you would like to follow along. Cynthia, don't be cheating. If you would like to follow along, okay? You can see the first column is the final rank. The second column is the average points of all of the votes. It's average, so recusals doesn't take away from a project. Then there is the original rank by score. There is the region, the population, the applicants, the county in which the applications are in, the project name, the funds requested, the running total, and the percentage of funds available. If you will turn to the second page to project 11.3, which is done, Clarence Lee Tart Park improvements. At 91.1% of funds, that is where all of the projects above that are eligible for funding. Madam Chair, could you please ask for a motion?
Yes, is there a motion?
That we fund, I'm sorry, project 1 through, wait. Project 1, which is Pender, Burgall, Pender County, Osgood Canal Greenway, West Side, through, we have enough funding to fund 1 through 11.3 Clarence Lee Tart Park improvement.
Question, the reason you're doing that is the rest are tied. Is that the ones below that to get?
We will get to the ties after we fund.
I'm asking why your motion is that. That's why you're doing that, to get those.
Correct. We have available funding to fund all of those projects in full.
But below that, they're top.
Yes. And we'll get to that, but.
I understand.
Okay.
I just want to know why you're doing it.
Yes.
I'll make a motion
Will you state the motion, Cynthia?
to fund through 11.3.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, wait, hold on. Our attorney.
Because I don't know where the rankings are, if that includes the one that Margaret had to recuse herself from, then we need to do that separately.
Oh.
We need to do a motion and vote on that separately.
It does include that.
It does? Okay. So,
Excluding.
right. So, yeah, will you state what your motion is?
That's already in the scores.
What?
The project that she recused herself from is in the average scores. So that's no longer, that was completed in the initial voting, and it was reflected in the rankings.
But can she vote on whether to fund it? She can't vote to fund it. So we have to have a separate motion for it.
It's fine.
Okay. Right.
Perfect.
So Cynthia, will
Perfect.
you state your motion?
Excluding Which one?
Number 2, Watauga County.
Excluding number 2.
Will you state the project? Yeah, I think that'd be better.
So I make a recommendation that we fund 1, final rank 1 through 111.3, excluding final rank number 2.
Is there a second? Chad? All right, and then I'm just gonna call your names out to vote. So again, the motion is to fund 1 through 11.3 with exception, we're not voting on Watauga right now. So we're only voting on 1 through 11.3 right now, and it's been moved and seconded. Doug? Aye. Barnes? Aye. Chad? Aye. Beth? Aye. Margaret? Aye. Amber? Cynthia? Aye. Lewis?
Aye.
And Mavis is also an aye. All right, is there another motion?
I move to we fund the Watauga project.
Second.
I'll second.
All right, so we have a motion from Lewis, a second from Amber. Doug?
Aye.
Barnes?
Aye.
Chad?
Aye.
Beth?
Aye.
Amber?
Aye.
Cynthia?
Aye.
Lewis?
Aye.
Mavis is also an aye. So just note that Margaret she abstained from voting on that motion. Yeah, I mean, so at this point, do we need to read out who is funded so far?
If that be the
Or what
pleasure.
was-
Yes. Would you like for me to do that?
Before we move to a second vote,
All
or,
right.
any more voting.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Applicant number 1, Brugal, Osgood Canal Greenway, West Side. Project number 2, applicant Watauga. Project name Boone Gorge Park, Middle Fork Greenway. Applicant number 3.1, Holden Beach Pier. Next, project 3.2, Franklin, Ebson Park. Next project, applicant Morgan, project name Bethel Park, Phase 1. Next, applicant Pender, project name Central Pender Park Development. Next project, applicant Fuquay Varina, Community Center North. Next, Spindale Skate Park and Pump Track. Next, Ashe County Park Expansion. Next project name, Craven County Nature Park. Next project, Norris Recreation Complex. Yadkin River Playground. Jamestown Park Rejuvenation and, sorry, it was too long to be included on my sheet, refresh. Swain County Recreation Park Aquatics, ... Village Park Expansion. Whittier Qualla Community Park. The first Partif Project Jack Warren Park Improvements. Mitchell County Recreation Complex. Pasquotank Northern Newland Park Development. Bellevue Brunswick Riverwalk Extension. Pender Hampstead Kiwanis Park Phase 4. Lenore Aquatics and Fitness Center. Garner Jurgen Park Phase 1. Applicant Haywood Francis Farm Bike Park. Marshville Stegall Lake Phase 1. Baden Waterfront Park. Sunset Beach Majestic Oaks Land Acquisition. Gastonia Linwood Springs Redevelopment. Cabarrus Mount Pleasant Park Athletic Complex. Nash Miracle Park at Cooper's Phase 2. Onslow Hines Farm Park. Wrightsville Beach Park Facility Improvements. Allander Municipal Park Phase 2. Snow Hill Splash Pad Recreation Facility. Kinston Emma Webb Park. Yancey Ray Court Park renovation, and Dunn Clarence Lee Tart Park improvements.
All right, thank you. Congratulations. So that leaves us with a balance of funds that we can still award.
Okay, would you like for me to give you those details? Okay. The next 5 projects are tied. The amount to fund those projects leave us with a shortfall, a shortfall of $381,927. Okay, I would be happy to. The next 5 projects are all tied. Those projects are Henderson redefining Etowah Park, Greenville Wildwood Park Development, Calabash Waterfront Park, Camden Treasure Point Environmental, and ... King Recreation Acres renovation. Those projects total $1,982,234.
Will you state that number again, please?
Yes, 1,982,234. Our available funding is on the front page at 1,788,545, leaving us with a shortfall of $381,927.
And the amount, so now that we've funded, the ones that we funded, the balance available is 1.6 and
The
$304.
balance is 1.6.
304, okay. And now will you explain the process for a second round of voting?
Yes. Historically, or no, I take that back. One possibility is to have a second vote of the 5 projects. If you would like, we have a second vote already, a second ballot already prepared. How would the authority like to proceed?
Not sure if I can add. One thing that the authority traditionally has looked at whenever they're moving into a second vote is just be in remembrance that it's not just the scores that are in consideration, the amount of funding requested,
Geography.
geographic distribution, so you need to have a map in front of you that will show you that there are places across the state that have maybe don't have as many projects, but yes, a second vote is historically been captured, and just for remembering, we're only looking at those 5 tied projects, nothing below that, because of the vote from the first round.
So in using this map, the blue dots are
The remaining 5.
No, the blue dots are
5.
the proposed awards include, the question is, do the proposed award include the 5 ties?
No, the map that is in front of you right now, you'll see it has a red dot, which was the anticipated award that was put forward. So you'll see a blue dot of projects that were not selected. So you will need to find those 5 projects across the states, those blue dots, to be able to find those geographic distributions. That's to help you determine if there are gaps across the state where funding, if there were funding shortfalls in certain regions.
I will call those out if you would like, so that you can locate them. Henderson redefining Etowah Park is in the west. Greenville Wildwood Park Development is in the northeast. Calabash Waterfront Park is in the southeast. Treasure Point Environmental is in the northeast, that's Camden. And King Recreation Acres renovation is in the Triad.
I make a motion that we vote for those four.
Okay. And is there, just a point of process, so we need a motion to do a second round? We need to take an act, we need to agree to do a second round?
Yes.
Okay. So there is a motion to do a second round to decide on, or to rank the 5 tied applicants from Chad, and Beth has seconded the motion. Doug? Barnes? Chad? Beth? Margaret? Amber? Cynthia? Lewis? Mavis is a yes. One, two.
Temporary stay, all y'all votes, we tabulate the votes. Go to the restroom or break, whatever.
Should we put a time, make it time bound?
About half an hour.
Okay, so we're gonna do a temporary stay for 30 minutes, for 20 minutes. We're gonna have 20 minutes. And it may be 30, but 20 minutes for now. So if you wanna take a break, we're gonna take a temporary stay for 20 minutes.
Congratulations to everybody that was funded. Great job.
Sorry.
They get like E3 times what they get, by that time
We're going to resume this meeting. Thank you for waiting patiently. Thank you to Vonda and Nate for all of your hard work and arithmetic. Is everyone here? Let's give my authority members a moment to review.
Would you like for me to go over the remaining 5 projects?
Yes, Vonda, will you just read out the rankings and the project names associated with those rankings?
I will. Applicant Henderson redefining Etowah Park. Etowah Park is 1 after the second vote. Number 2 is applicant Calabash. Calabash Waterfront Park is number 2. Tied for 3rd is Greenville Wildwood Park Development and Camden Treasure Point Environmental. And the 4th project is King Recreation Acres renovation.
Thank you. And so now, authority members, we need to determine whether and how we fund using the remaining amount, which is...
If you notice on the percentage...
Oh, right.
Yeah, on the funding, the running total, it did not print out, but our available funding is 1600304.
Can you say that again, please?
1600304. 1,600,304. Everybody good? 1600304. If you look at the projects, prior to the tie, you would have used approximately 50% of the funding. Once you get into the ties, it exceeds your funding balance by $86,125 or so dollars.
Historically speaking, the authority is taking a look at the projects that are not tied first before you take a look at projects that are tied.
I'll just make a motion to fund those top 3.
Top two.
All right, there's a motion to fund the Henderson and Calabash projects. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Lewis. Doug? Barnes? Chad? Beth? Margaret? Amber? Cynthia? Lewis? Mavis is also an aye. All right, so if we fund with those two funded, that gives us a balance of $814,179. Is that what you get?
That is correct.
Okay.
And there's a $900,000 in ask, in request, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
The 900 in ask is between the next 2 tied projects. You'll notice on there, typically the board has historically should not consider project that's ranked number 4 because it's ranked below the other 2. So the $814,000 remaining would be under consideration for those 2 remaining projects that are requesting $900,000.
Could we pull that last one in if we wanted, because they were tied originally, to fund more projects?
It would be more appropriate for the authority.
How's that appropriate? They were tied before.
Well, I think, Chad, I think one thing you could suggest, and I'll ask Jonathan to verify, but one thing you could suggest is that we fund at a reduced amount. But then the applicants would need to agree to accept a reduced amount. And I don't, someone needs to help me remember, if they accept the reduced amount, how does that impact the future applications? They can't seek the same funding, or they can't seek new funding for the same.
They still have to build what they propose to build.
Oh, right.
So they would have to have a higher match to meet that.
Yeah.
The two asking for 900,000, we have 814,000. We could, that leaves 85,000. We could ask each of them to accept 40,000 less. Is that appropriate? And that wouldn't be a big ding, hopefully, to either.
And you might do it by percentage, this one's 400 and one's 500.
Oh, yeah, that's a good
Right.
point too. So
Somebody's got a calculator to say what that is.
I think we all have calculators.
90.4% if you funded them equally.
Pardon me?
If you funded them both equally, they would be at 90.4%.
Okay.
Instead of 2 or.
So 90.4% of their request.
Okay. Doug, you have a question?
Can we get dialogue that tells us whether credibly these two requests could sustain if you cut back?
That would be,
I'm their regional consultant, but I don't know, that would be more of a council decision. I don't think I would feel comfortable.
Typically, when we've made that kind of offer, staff's made that offer, it goes back to their town council, and they'll have to make a call, yes or no, or commissioners or someone.
so before we leave the meeting, if you could set us up in a direction that we could move forward with a motion, that would be very helpful.
Based on the results of those calls.
Correct, on the two ties. Whether we reduce them by X percent, both of them by X percent to, for the, between the funds available and, or the requested amount and the funds available, we would reduce them by X percent each and go to them and ask if they could complete the project scope with that amount of reduction.
I'll put that in the form of the motion, but we'll come back to that as a special meeting, like we did last time, correct? Is that okay with the board to say I make a motion for that?
You're making the motion for the 90.4%.
90.41, whatever the map goes up to, offer those two people, and to come back to, authority comes back to us on the voting of that, they say yes or no, whatever.
That's a good point. What if we said that and say one of them turned it down, then go ahead and give the staff the authority to offer the balance to the rest of the other two? Because if the first one turns it down, then there's gonna be enough to fund both of the remaining projects.
Or we could vote again.
We can vote, I'm making a motion now.
Right. Will you state your motion?
My motion is to offer those two.
State the project.
Whatever that.
Say the project. That would be Greenville, Wildwood Park Development, and Camden Treasure Point Environmental.
Historically, whenever the authority's taken this type of action, we've also set a deadline that the local government responds back to staff within whatever time the authority deems appropriate.
And so you're suggesting that could be included in the motion?
Yeah,
Should.
that way staff has the direction to say.
September 31st? 30th?
That's at the pleasure of the board.
Make sure we give them enough time to have their meeting. Give them a month
Time
or
for the
6 weeks.
town council and all to meet.
October 15th? That give us before for our next meeting in November? So that's my motion.
Okay, so your motion, so Chad has a motion to fund Pitt, the applicant Greenville, and in Pitt County and Camden, in Camden County, at 94% of their funds requested.
I think it's 90.
90.4, whatever that comes.
What's the word?
We will make sure that.
Oh, 90.
0.4.
Point four.
It's getting late.
And the answer has to be given to the authority by October 15th.
Please make it the 14th. That's a Friday.
And if I could, let's add on to that. If one of those declines, then let's give the staff the authority to offer the balances to the third one. And that'll still leave 20,000 or something left in the pot or something at the end of the day.
yes,
So 2 plus the one that
Right.
didn't.
yes.
No. Hold on. We're discussing Greenville and Camden.
It seemed like they were saying fund those two, offer them to funding at 90.4%.
Correct.
And also to include that if one of them were to turn that down, then that additional funding be offered to King to finish their project up.
And the other that did.
At 100%.
40,000, yeah.
You gotta fund both of them.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
We got a motion, we got a second?
Oh, second.
Hold on, I want to make sure the motion's clear, so that we don't have to revisit our decision later. So the motion from Chad is that the authority fund Pitt and Greenville and Camden at 90.4%, which requires them to, if successful, requires those applicants to accept that offer. So the condition is that they confirm whether they will accept that award by October 14th of 2022. And if you said one, but it sounds like if any of them decline, the staff has the authority to fund the remaining projects. Is that, I massaged it a little bit. Is that okay though? All right. In order of voting rank.
Yes.
All right, is there a second? Is that you, Beth? Yep. All right, Doug? Barnes? Chad? Beth? Margaret is an aye, Amber's an aye. Cynthia, what are you? Louis, what are you?
Aye.
Mavis is an aye as well. All right, thank you very much. So we did cover the business of the state park, and we've completed our voting on the local governments. I look forward to seeing all of the wonderful work the local governments do. Our rock star Beth and other rock stars are excited about visiting you all. And yes, I wish everyone safe travels, a wonderful weekend. Thank you to the authority members, and thank you to those who joined us online. Happy Friday. This meeting is adjourned. For Amber.
Nice job. Good job.
Appreciate it.